Yeah, check sound.
Yes, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Student Conference has become one of annual events for Universitas Negeri Semarang. It can be seen from its improving participants and presenters year by year. Students Conference 2020 has successfully invited students from college to present variety topics with its main theme, super modernity in literature, culture, and education. The objectives of the third Student Conference 2020 are to exchange and share ideas and research findings among students researchers. Also, it provides the interdisciplinary forum for those involved to present and discuss most recent trends, concerns, and solutions adopted in the field of literature, culture, and education. As the chairperson of the conference, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all plenary speakers. Hannah, PhD, specializing in gender, nation, and cultural identity in literatures of South Asian nations from University Brunei Darussalam, and Bapak Dr. Fazri Nur Yusuf, MPD, specializing in language teaching from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. We would like to thank the keynote speakers of this conference. It is my honor to say welcome to 39 presenters and more than 200 participants coming from universities in Indonesia.
Ini gimana kah?
On behalf of the organizing committee, we express our thanks to Professor Dr. Fatur Rahman M. Hum as the Rector of UNES and Dr. Sri Rezeki Urip M. Hum as the Dean of the Faculty of Languages and Arts for their support. Welcome to the third Student Conference 2020. Thank you very much. I return to the MC. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ibu Marga, and then ladies and gentlemen, to express our gratitude to all participants who has joined this conference, the head of English Department Universitas Negeri Semarang would love to deliver the welcoming speech, the second welcoming speech. To Dr. Widianto, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Bu Karin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Ibu Dekan, Ibu Sri Rezeki Urip, who has supported us in conducting this very special occasion for teaching our students to have a conference. And then also welcome Dr. Hannah from Brunei Darussalam, and also Dr. Fazri, my colleague in Asosiasi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris. Both of these very special guests, very special speakers are experts in the field, and I think I'd like to also thank to Ibu Marga as the chairperson for this occasion to have chosen them as the speaker for this very special occasion. And then also I'd like to thank to all the participants, students from both study program from English education and English literature for presenting and for participating in this the third UNES Students Conference 2020. This conference have a the theme of for exploring supermodernity in literature, culture, and education. As we know that this is a very very interesting topic, especially in this era for education, especially for MBKM, Merdeka Belajar Kamus Merdeka, and also for in literature and culture that we have been in 4.0 era. And this very abruptive change that we have to adjust ourselves in this changing. Without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Sri Rezeki Urip as the Dean of Faculty of Language and Literature, Language and Art for to open this very special occasion. Thank you very much, and I will back to Bu Karin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Widi. Next, the welcoming and also the opening speech will be delivered by the Dean of Faculty of Languages and Art, Dr. Sri Rejeki Urep. The time is yours.
Yes. Thank you, Mbak Karina. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, the distinguished keynote speakers of this conference, Ms. Hannah MYHO PhD from Faculty of Arts and Social Science, University Brunei Darussalam, Bapak Dr. Fazri Nur Yusuf MPD dari Faculty of Language and Literature Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, the honorable colleague, presenters, and participants of the third Students' Conference 2020. As the Dean of Languages and Arts Faculty, we are proud to have the third Students' Conference 2020 as our annual conference. This year is very special because we have to adapt with the COVID-19 pandemic. We conduct the conference virtually in order to uphold the government's policy to protect everyone's safety and health by bringing up to the theme exploring super modernity in literature, culture, and education. We hope to offer alternative for education in this critical pandemic period. Would like to thank the keynote speakers in this conference, Ms. Hannah MYHO PhD from Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, University Brunei Darussalam, Dr. Fazri Nur Yusuf MPD, Faculty of Language and Literature Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. To be chosen as presenters for the parallel presentation in this conference is a considerable honor and achievement. I would like to congratulate the presenters who have been selected, as well as the reviewers who have chosen the successful presenters. I also would like to offer my congratulations and appreciation to the organizing committee who have been working to prepare the conference, and to all keynote speakers, presenters, and participants for such an impressive conference. We hope that through the annual student conference, there will be a stronger bond amongst academic, especially those with the expertise of literature, culture, and education. Last but not least, as Dean of the Faculty of Languages and Arts, I officially open the third Students' Conference 2020 by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I wish you all a successful conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Sri Rejeki Urep, for opening this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, singing Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Before we move on to our agenda, let me read the House of Rules for this conference. Students can record the whole conference session, plenary and parallel session. By attending this conference, you acknowledge that your image and comment may be recorded and rebroadcast. During the opening session, all participants must mute the microphone. At the transition from a plenary to the parallel session, or from the parallel session to another parallel session, participant or presenter will be given 5 minutes to rename their Zoom account following the format of parallel room _ name, for example, @1_Budiawan. The naming will be used by the committee to assign the presenters or participants to be a chosen room. In the case there is problem encountered, the list of parallel rooms and the presenters in which they belong to can be referred to the presentation schedule sent to the presenter and participants before the conference via email. Question can be delivered directly in the question and answer session by clicking a raise hand below the participants box, or please type your question in the chat box on Zoom by mentioning your name, organization, city, and question. Moderator will summarize and deliver the question to the speaker. The chat box is used only for asking question. Commenting present, I'm listening, etc. is not allowed, so as to get questions sorted easily. There is no attendance list provided. Presenters and participants' attendance will be recorded by the moderator of the room. After the session ends, you will be redirected to attendance form. Please make sure you write your name and email correctly. A certificate will be sent to the email you write on the attendance form. We do not provide certificate editing or replacement. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's have our first plenary session. The session will be served by Ibu Gerindra as the moderator. To Ibu Gerindra, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Ibu Karina, Master of Ceremony. Can you hear my voice? Is it clear enough?
Yes, please. It's
Okay.
clear.
Very much.
And enjoy.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So I am Girindra here, will act as your moderator for today's occasions. And for today's occasions, we, as the English department, we are very proud and happy to have Dr. Hannah Hope and Dr. Fazri Nur Yusuf with us today. Dr. Hope, Dr. Hannah, are you with us right now?
Yes, hello. Selamat pagi.
Pagi, and we meet again in different occasion. Okay, how are you, Hannah?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, so you will be with us in a minute to present about your material that you have been prepared for so long, I believe. Okay, so next after Dr. Hannah, we have Dr. Fazri Nur Yusuf from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Dr. Fazri, are you here with us?
Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fazri. So, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Hannah and also Dr. Fazri will be with us for the next couple hours. So, I would like to inform you that both Dr. Hannah and Dr. Fazri will take turns in delivering the presentations. The first one is Dr. Hannah Ho, and then continued by Dr. Fazri. Each of the presenters will have 45 minutes to deliver the material, and then you can raise your questions in the Q&A sessions for the last 30 minutes. But if you have your questions already, you can provide your questions in the chat box. But if you wish to deliver your questions directly, you can also click the feature raise hand in your Zoom, and I will just read the question. I will just call upon the participants based on the raise hand feature. So before a further delay, I would like to read the curriculum vitae about Dr. Hannah Ho. So Dr. Hannah is actually an assistant professor from Faculty of Arts and Social Science of University of Brunei Darussalam. And Dr. Hannah is a PhD from the Department of English Literature of University of York in 2012. Right now, her current research focuses on the literatures of Brunei, Singapore, and Malaysia, and also lies within the intertwining fields of gender, nation, and identity. Dr. Hannah is very active in doing research and getting many research grants and so many work experiences, also teaching, and also have shared so many publications in the form of journals, book chapters, and also conference papers. Most of Dr. Hannah's works are in the field of literature. So without further delay, I think, Hannah, you have 45 minutes to deliver your materials about supermodernity. And also, please, students, participants, enjoy the sessions.
Thank you very much, Garindra. And a very good morning to everybody. Good morning. To the organizers of this conference, the head of department for your introduction, and the Dean of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Semarang. Thank you very much for your... yes, can you hear me? It says my speaker isn't really working. Is my audio okay?
Maybe it can be...
Would you please raise the volume, Dr. Ho?
Okay, let me try to do that. Let me see. Disable my audio. Are you able to hear me now?
Right now, yes. But so it is audible, but sometimes the voice is just...
Okay, I hope it's clear now. Is it clear now?
Yes.
Yes, okay, great. Sorry about that. I shall start my share screen. Bear with me a second. Okay, so at any time I will thank you. Okay, so let's not forget to and so the title of our conference today is the theme of supermodernity in literature. So I shall be speaking on the idea of supermodernity and its relations to the politics of identity. So modernity in literature and that is shifting politics of identity. So this is the line of my talk. I'm taking the introduction and then I do technology discussion of its disruptive application as well as consequences of dislocation. Modern production and modern consumption processes. Let's look at the modern science today and look at the yes?
I think your voice cannot be heard clearly.
Okay, sorry.
Right now it can be clearly heard, but it was not like that when you try to present yours.
Okay, can you hear now? Is it slightly better?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just change the settings slightly. Okay, so the outline is the introduction, etymology, a brief discussion of its more sort of inimical connotations, and then analysis and a conclusion. I will move to the next slide. Okay, so as I mentioned, supermodernity has positive connotations. It carries positive connotations. However, in this talk, I want to talk to you a little bit about the undersides, the underbellies of supermodernity. So supermodernity refers to a period after World War I, and according to González Huibal, it marks increasing devastation of both humans and things, and the proliferation of archaeological sites such as battlefields, industrial ruins, mass graves, and concentration camps. So one needs to think only about nuclear bombs and missiles, that kind of advances that modern technology has brought today. So what do we mean by supermodernity? So we have a disappearance of places, what we call non-spaces or non-places. So there's this word now circulating in the scholarly bodies. It's called non-place. So what is a non-place? So supermodernity is said to cause or result in non-places, or what we call a world of anonymity. It's also been termed as non-anthropological spaces. So spaces that humans you are present, but you are not wholly present. A place that lacks locality and therefore produces the dislocated self. So this is going to be my argument today. The discussion of non-anthropological spaces, I'll unpack that a little bit in this talk. How a non-place lacks locality and how it ultimately produces a dislocated self. So if you look at my pictures to the right of the screen, you will see the ATM machines. So imagine going to ATM machines and there are lots of you, but you're not really communicating to each other. So the ATM machine, and then to the far right, you have people waiting to catch a train, right? So those sort of spaces are the results of supermodernity. You also have the supermarket space. You have the man pushing the trolley in the supermarket, but you don't really speak to everybody in the supermarket. So that sort of non-locality, that sort of anonymity that takes place in these non-places or non-spaces. To the bottom right, you have a hospital. I've included a hospital scene. So hospital sites that you come and go, you don't live in it. These are the places of supermodernity. So with modern technology, with hospitals, with modern consumption, with supermarkets, with modern transportation, with train stations and airports, you have all these places that you go to, but you don't stay. You move to another place from that place. So there is an essence of anonymity. There is a sense that there is a lack of locality, therefore producing the dislocated self. Okay, so this term comes from the French social anthropologist Marc Augé. In 1995, or actually in 1992, he wrote about a world surrendered to solitary individuality, to the fleeting, the temporary, and ephemeral. So a fleeting space, a space that you come and go, it's transient, it's ephemeral. So think, as I said, of airports and hospitals and train stations and those kind of spaces where you don't stay for a very long time, you just come and go. He also says, Augé also says that it is a world where people are born in the clinic and die in hospital, where transit points and temporary abodes are proliferating under luxurious or inhuman condition, So think of hotel chains, living in a hotel, staying in a hotel temporarily. That is a product of super modernity. We travel more, we stay in hotels. So hotel has become what he called a nun place. You also have on the other less glamorous side, you have squats, you have refugee camps, right? Compared to holiday clubs, you have shanty towns threatened with demolition or doomed to festering longevity. So there is a picture on the bottom right side, which is a picture of a shanty town. So you have those kind of squatters just on the outside, on the suburbs of the inner cities, right? So these are also a product of super modernity. So we're not thinking just of the skyscrapers, the hotel chains, right? But we're also thinking about the other side of super modernity. So the squatter settlements, the shanty towns, they are threatened with demolition. So the residents there do not know how long they will stay there before, an excavator will come in, a demolition, a company to come to demolish it will come in. So these are also included or subsumed under super modernity. Here are more pictures for you to visualize super modernity that was experienced in the late 20th century and is still experienced in the 21st century. We have the luxurious, opulent scenes of hotels. So great late capitalism. We have late capitalism. We have that consumption going on. But on the other side, we have the humanitarian crisis. We have refugee camps. Driving people out because of the modern development. Okay, so what does Uge go on to say? He goes on to say that there is a dense network of means of transport, which are also inhabited spaces that are developing. So if you think of supermarkets and slot machines and credit cards, these communicate wordlessly through gestures with an abstract, unmediated commerce. So even in the world of commerce and finance, with modern technology, we do things online without any human interaction. Even this conference, yes, there is human interaction, but it's a kind of like odd sense of human interaction without the physical presence, physical connection. So yes, we have a high levels of production and consumption on one hand, but on the other hand, we also have the abstract, the unmediated. So Auger talks about this in his Introduction to Anthropology of Supermodernity. Okay, he also says that the hypothesis advanced here is that supermodernity produces nun places. So he's come up with this term supermodernity to describe specifically nun places. So what do we mean by nun places? So he says that nun places are spaces which are not themselves anthropological spaces, and which, unlike Baudelarian modernity, do not integrate the earliest places. Okay, so what does all this mean, right? In other words, to break it down, a nun place is void of all identity. It hasn't got a sense of identity, so it's non-identitary. What do we mean by this, right? So it is non-relational. It cannot be defined as relation. There's a lack of relationships within that place. So if you think of airports, you don't speak to everybody, or you don't know everybody in the airport space, you come and go. So there's a lack of relational ties. There's also a lack of history. You're not attached to the place because you don't have a sense of history as you would have, let's say, your kampong, your village home, where you would live during your childhood. Then you would have relational ties to your village. You would have historical ties to your kampong. But in this sense, a nun place is a place without identity, without relation, and without history. And so it's concerned with identity, it's not concerned with identity. And so these are your non-places. So Smith in 2009, exploring supermodernity, Marc Rougier in Context, talks about how there is a deeper unity of a supermodern infrastructure. I've included a picture of this, the highways, right? The supermodern highways infrastructure. Also on your right, to the right of the screen, you have the Marina Sands in Singapore, this high-rise building that is a symbol of Singapore's supermodern advances. So you have all of these infrastructure that is in place, right? The means of transport, the consumption, the hotel chains, that is symbolic of supermodernity. Okay, and here we have Gonzalez talking a little bit about how non-place is the negation of place. So he says that even though supermodernity is characterized by the revolution of speed, so you travel much faster, you take planes now, you don't use ships, instead of walking, you take boats and planes. So there's a revolution of speed, and you also have new modes of communication and transportation. So we have now the Industrial Revolution, right, 4.0. So we have faster, quicker modes of communication and new spatial relations. So we don't just have the physical spatial relations, we have the digital spatial relations. So all of this is a sign of supermodernity. So we are really accelerating ourselves into this supermodern period. So it includes an emergence of new category of place that the French would call the non-lieu, or the negation of place. So the negation of place is largely asocial. You don't stay in that place to socialize with people. You are there to consume. You are there as a consumer. So if you think of airports and freeways and undergrounds, even the tube, the London Underground, the Paris French metros, Singapore's MRTs, Hong Kong MTRs, all those underground systems, they're all symbols of supermodernity. And shopping malls as well, because shopping malls is a sign of consumerism. Okay, so we have the idea of a super modernity. So what does super mean, and how is it different from post-modernity? So post-modernity is a term attributed to other French theorists like Lyotard and Baudrillard, but today we're concerned with super, right? So super implies not overcoming modernity, but exacerbating or exaggerating modernity. It means an accelerated form of modernity. And so we think of globalization, right? We think of how globalization has brought more modern processes to traditional societies and traditional communities. Okay, so supermodernity is characterized by destruction as much as by production or consumption. So yes, while supermodernity has brought a lot of advantages, lots of convenient means of transportation, convenient and quick forms like the internet, like this conference, we're using the internet as a platform for papers to share knowledge and this exchange of knowledge. So we have this rapid production and consumption. So very often, in the midst of looking at the production and consumption processes, we tend to overlook the destructive qualities of supermodernity. So supermodernity needs to be addressed in a holistic manner, in its totality. So that means looking at the way that it can bring destruction, the way that it can bring destruction to an extraordinary scale, on an extraordinary scale. So you think of war zones, you think of battlefields. Like today we have, we've had two world wars, right? With super modernity, with the invention of the nuclear bomb, and today we have missiles. You have battlefields happening at the same time as hotels are being built. High sort of high buildings, sky, the cityscape is being built. So at the same time, you have all these scenes of disaster and humanitarian crisis. I've included a picture of a little boy sitting right on the at the bottom right. You have a little child sitting in a supermarket. So the mom's gone off shopping and temporarily forgot the child. So this is also an effect of supermodernity, the super consumption. So you have this sense of solitariness, sense of being alone, even though you're surrounded by so many people. Okay, you would recognize this. This is Ground Zero in New York. So you have what was the two twin towers. So the two twin towers were skyscrapers that represent for America, right? Super modern technology. Wow, they were able to build, 100 overstories in one building. So it was the hallmark of, architectural, modern architecture. And so today you have these two sites. It's called Ground Zero now. So this is the kind of destruction that we're seeing that goes hand in hand with the more sort of glamorous, luxurious connotations of supermodernity. So this is also a site. So this was the immediate aftermath of the falling of the Twin Towers. You have this, it has become a grave site, right? Essentially, it's a grave site. So it was almost like a battlefield where a lot of people lost their lives. So this is what we call the archaeological site of supermodernity, that sort of destruction that supermodernity can bring with it, that we're living in this period of supermodernity. So this is one of the its more destructive entailments. And so for Gonzalez Huibal, he talks about a background noise, the garbage, the ruins, the road, a pile of bricks, an empty shell casing, a rusty tin can. All of this is important. All of this is part of the environment of the supermodern. It's not just the first class airports and first class 5-star hotels, but it's also the pile of bricks lying by the side of the five-star hotel, the garbage, the ruins, the squatter settlements, lying outside that 5-star hotel, and abandoned homes because of war, because of battles, and all of that. So here we're talking about modernization, but on a super scale. So modernization is the process by which traditional, non-industrial societies acquire characteristics of technologically complex societies. So we were all once, a traditional society. We were all once without, the use of technology. Think of your childhood times, life in a kampong, in the Southeast Asian context, in our kampongs, in our villages. You have that very tactile, family-oriented, kind of traditional, non-industrial societies. And then as you move, as you go to school, attend school, and as you move into cities, some people move into cities, you enter into more technological spaces, more technologically complex societies. And so this is the period of modernity. And so today, instead of just modernity, we have now moved into a period of super modernity because of Industrial Revolution 4.0. And so if you think about the clash of industrial technology and non-industrial communities, these are the sort of the clash between people and things that are happening now in the period of super modernity. Okay, so what is the role of globalization in all this, right? With globalization, with what Apa Durai calls the 5 dimensions of global cultural flow, that is the flow of money in the world, the flow of media. We can watch Al Jazeera, we can watch CNN, we can watch BBC, right? That flow of media, idioscapes, also ethnoscapes, people moving about, and technoscapes, technology. What we have created is a world that is placeless, that is timeless. So it's placeless because I'm now in, I feel that I'm in Indonesia because I have all these participants, right, on this conference platform. So I'm kind of like in a placeless space and a timeless space and symbolic systems, right, that inform the network society. And so there's a network of society in which capital seems to flow, ideas are flowing as well. So all of this is what we mean by globalization. And so globalization, right, with the flow of money and media, ideas, people, and technology, it all contributes to non-places, a feeling of placelessness. And it contributes more significantly to an accelerated process of modernization. Okay, here we have the term locality. So a living place should be a place with locality. So when we live and dwell in our houses, in our spaces, in our family homes, in our villages, right? We like to, we have a sense of belonging. We like to associate the home with belonging. So we are local, meaning to say we're not foreign in our own homes. And so that sense of familiarity and being local to a place is devastated by supermodernity. So Ian Fong talks about how supermodernity devastates a place with locality. Therefore, you get dislocation. So if you haven't got location, you have dislocation. So you lose your sense of belonging. You are without identity, you are not relational, you're not historical, and all those kind of connotations. Okay, so now having gone through the historical origins of the word, it's attributed to Marc Augé, and he talks about non-places. I've also talked to you a little bit about the non-locality of non-places. I would now like to turn our attention to analysis of literature. So I'll look at Anglophone Southeast Asian literature, and in particular, we'll look at Bruneian literature for today. So I want to turn your attention to Ampton Ellis's novels, the Bruneian Conspiracy series, The Last Bastion of Inge, and Killing Dreams, these 2 novels. And for the purpose of time, I'll just look at his first novel, The Last Bastion of Inge. Okay, so Ampton Ellis, he's a Bruneian novelist. He's actually a medical doctor, and he writes during his free time. He works in the clinics in Brunei. So he works as a medical practitioner, and he's now gone private. So he works in the clinics. He used to work in a hospital. So he used to work in all these non-places, the clinics and the hospital. And so his novel, The Last Bastion of Inge, is a speculative, is a piece of speculative fiction. It's a dystopia. And so he explores the non-place and politics of identity. There is a battlefield between ghosts and humans. So this entire novel talks about this war between ghosts and the humans. So the ghosts are the Bunyan ghosts. I believe in Indonesia, you recognize this term as well. The Bunyans are the forest people living on Borneo Island, rather. And in this novel, they are ghosts that are dislocated and represent the fragmented selves, not cohesive, not wholesome, but fragmented selves. And so the Bunyans are symbolic of the distinction or differences between ethereal ghosts and the physical body. So the ethereal realms, the temporary, the non-physical sort of world, and the physical world represented by humans. Okay, are you still with me? Am I going too fast? I hope everything's okay. Okay, so now we have, I'd just like to trace the physical setting, the characters, and talk to you a little bit about the plot of the novel. So the physical setting, it's set in two worlds. There's Bumi, he calls it Bumi in the novel. So Bumi stands for Earth, and the Bunyan world, the world of the spirits. So the battlefield is a place in Borneo, and it's in a jungle called Inge, which is Inge, part of it lies in Brunei, another part lies in Indonesia. But for this part, in the novel, he deals with Inge jungle within Brunei Darussalam, as opposed to Kalimantan. So the characters here are the forest people and humans, and the plot includes a conflict in the Inge jungle to protect each of their interests. So the spirits want to conquer Inge, so do the humans. So Inge has become a battlefield, a war zone. It's become a field to play out ideological conflict, because they have different ideas of identity, and also it's become a physical conflict. There is blood, actual blood of the humans shed in Inge. And the demons, the ghosts, who are cast as demons in the novel, also die in huge numbers. So it's a physical site of conflict as well as an ideological site of conflict. There is a portal called the Mata portal, and Mata stands for the technologically advanced machines that connect the spirit and the human worlds. So this Mata portal is a sign of supermodernity. Okay, so supermodernity, according to Auger, right, it debases anthropological place. So if we look at the novel's representation, portrayal of Bumi, you have these ghosts starting to encroach into the human world, right? They're entering the human world. They're now sharing a space with the human world. So all of a sudden, right, the human world, the humans are starting to see ghosts in their own supposedly familiar place, familiar home. So Bumi has become no longer just an anthropological place, but it's now being converted into and accommodating the nun place with the presence of the ghosts. So Inge jungle is comparable to airports and the underground, because it's a jungle that is traveled through by both men. The expedition group of conservationists go there, the humans go there. They don't live in this jungle, but they go there as part of the conservationist purposes. And also the ghosts come here to fight the humans. So Inge jungle has become a sort of nun place, right? Comparable to airports and the underground. Okay. So how is all this related to the politics of identity? So the International Encyclopedia of Social and Behavioral Sciences talk about identity politics as one means by which members of a society strive for public recognition of their cultures and cultural identities. So culture is always attached to place and people. A culture is only possible because of its people. So culture has an anthropological focus or center. It is very much centered on a people's way of life, a people's sense of belonging to a place, culture. So culture is relational, it's historical, and it bears an anthropological focus. So in the novel, the attempt to kill off the man by the ghosts. So the ghosts are really sort of out to bunuh manusia. So in the novel, they call it the bunuh manusia mission, kill man, like killing man. So they want to kill off the human culture and they want to replace bumi with bunyans. They want to replace, they want Inge jungle to be inhabited by the forest spirits, right? So the Bunyans are interested in doing that. And Inge thus becomes a battleground. How do the Bunyans come to Earth, come to Bumi? They use the Mata portal. They use their technologically advanced machines to get to Bumi. So this is how it's played out in the novel. Okay, so one of the quotes in the novel is, one of the scenes, in fact, is when the ghosts, they have a meeting with themselves to decide whether to kill man or not. And so they want to pass a rule of engagement to kill any man. So not just one or two, but all of humans, right? Who intrude onto our Inge on Bumi. So there is some physical conflict happening here. They have endorsed and condoned physical conflict, and it is actually a result of a crisis of identity, a crisis of non-place, dislocation, because the ghosts feel that they have been pushed out of Inge, that Inge, is theirs. So there's a crisis of identity amongst the Bunyans, right? And they want to reclaim this space. So there's this dislocation happening because of the Bunyans' sense of wanting to claim that space, not wanting Inge to merely be an airport, right, where they come and go. They want to be able to transform that non-place into a place. So there is an effort to reestablish or recreate relationality and historical relations to place by recourse to aggression. So they use very aggressive means. They use their technologically advanced tools to kill man and eliminate the non-places. So at the top, I've put like this huge canopy. You can see a pretty picture of, there's coconut trees, but there's also a canopy, right? This very thick, dense jungle. So no one lives there, right? Humans want to claim the space, but the ghosts want to claim the space too. So this is the conflict zone where the humans and the spirits meet. And this is their battlefield. Okay, so there is also an episode in the novel where the humans are fighting off the ghosts who are attacking them. So they are at their expedition campsite. The conservationists are at the campsite in Inge, and they are attacked by the Bunyans. So the Bunyans, the ghosts, are divided into the good and the bad. There's a Hiligan and an Azaz. And so the Hiligans are the ones who attack the humans. So these Bunyan ghosts, right, attack the humans to the extent that this kind of description is mentioned in the novel. Her body flies off and impacts onto a nearby tree, disjointed and broken, instant death. So this is a consequence of supermodernity, instant death, not a slow kind of death, not a gradual death, but a death that comes instantly because of the technological advances that enables such instantaneous death. So what does all this mean? You have supermodernity as a harbinger, as a source of destruction. You have Inge becomes an archaeological site of supermodernity. It becomes a battlefield. Lots of lives are lost there, not just humans, but also ghostly spirits lose their souls in Inge. So there's a lot of bloodshed, a lot of devastation at the expedition campsite. Bones are broken, but more than that, there is sudden and instant death. And here you have the Azah, the Bunyan wool. So Inge is part of Bumi, part of Earth, and so now when the ghosts have fought their battles in Inge, they use the Mata portal to move back to their ghostly realms, to their Bunyan world. And in Bunyan world, there's a conflict there as well. So as I said, there are two kinds of ghosts. There's the Hiligan and the Azahans. So the Azahans are being attacked by Hiligans. So the Hiligans attack humans on Bumi, and they attack the Azahs in their own world, in the Bunyan world. And so what happens is that the Azah village is completely demolished, completely destroyed by the Hiligans. So the villagers in Azah have been evicted, their houses are in the process of being demolished, and they say, and there's the last family, residents left in this village. There are only a handful of residents left in the badly destroyed Azah village. So, so in the ethereal Bunyan world, you have evicted Azahans, you have ruined cities. So the idea of a ruined city that contributes to a place, or rather contributes to a non-place. So once you destroy an entire kampong, an entire village, you will lack history, you will lack relationality, and there's no sense of identity. If identity is attached to place, there is some sense that you have lost your identity. So it's all destroyed. So instead of a place, this village, it's called Batin village in Azah, you now have a non-place. You have evicted villages. You have demolished houses in this village. So that is the sort of the underside, the underbelly of supermodernity, to have this place that is completely demolished. Oh, let me move to the next slide. Okay, I've mentioned a little bit about the Mata portal and its function in the novel. So Mata in Bahasa Malaysia, Bahasa Indonesia, it's the eye, right? So here I think the author is thinking about the eye, the black hole, the pitch black darkness. Right, with science and technology, we all know now about the existence of a black hole. So this swirl of pitch black darkness, he calls it in the novel. This Mata portal. So once you enter this Mata portal, right, you're to another world. And so this Mata portal, he calls it a bridge between their world, Bumi, and our world, Heliga. And he describes it as a void. There's a void inside it, right? This swirl of pitch black. So imagine being in this dark black room, right? This darkness, there is no light. And so with there being no light, right, you can't see anything. So there's a void, there's an emptiness. And so supermodernity, if you link this in with supermodernity, you see that there is a void of identity, right? You can't see yourself. You can't, you can't see others around you. You can't see the walls. You can't see anything. And so in the novel, the ghosts who travel to Bumi now travel back to, And the ghosts say, we both step into the void inside it. My body, the giant figure of darkness, transformed back into a more human form, my real form in my home world. So ironically, right, when they travel to their home world, to their place, to the Bunyan world, the spirit world, they look human. They are humanoid. They have a humanoid form. So when they travel to Bumi, they are spirits. The humans cannot see them. But in the Bunyan world, they look human. So they look human to each other. So this idea of, losing your human form, losing your place, losing your identity. If we think about Mark Augier's anthropological spaces, right? The Bunyan world is in fact an anthropological site because the ghosts take a human form. So when they travel to Inge, Inge is the nun place. So the ghosts, they mutate, they shapeshift, they transform to become invisible, right? To lose their human form. So this idea of dislocation, right? Changing, when you change in and out of a human form, there's some sense of a dislocation, a void of identity, and also fragmentation. You're fragmented from the physical form. Okay, so I've come to my conclusion. Yeah, I hope that wasn't too heavy for you and you've been able to digest that. I apologize if I've gone a little bit too fast, but I'll conclude now as a way of conclusion. I will say that if identity is attached to place and place is associated with rootedness, right? Your roots, it's a historical thing. My roots are here, my roots lie there. So it's a historical sense. And if place is associated with belonging, I belong to my father, I belong to my mother, that sort of relationality, it is thus threatened by non-place, right? Non-place loses all of this. It loses a sense of rootedness, it loses a sense of belonging, and therefore it threatens the identity. So who am I? So supermodernity subsumes advanced modern technology, production, and consumption that feed and are fed by globalization. So yes, while supermodernity has brought many, many benefits in terms of modern technology, in terms of production of goods and production of materials and consumption of materials, it has also brought a destructive side. So seeing as the destructiveness is rarely discussed and often overlooked, I've dealt with it here today and spoken a little bit about the ideological and physical conflicts that occur within non-places, which results in a loss of relationality, history, and identity. So to end, I will say that archaeological sites of supermodernity, such as the battlefield, the Inge battlefield, Inge jungle battlefield, and the demolished village of Azza, they attest to pain, destruction, and damage that ultimately inform non-places and identity politics. Thank you very much for listening, and I will just stop share right there. Yes, thank you very much, and that's the end of my plenary. Yes.
Thank you, Hannah. It was quite interesting presentations from Dr. Hannah Ho from Brunei Darussalam. So the question and answers for Dr. Hannah Ho will be started after Dr. Fazri finishing his presentation. So after this, we will directly go to Dr. Fazri. So for you who has questions to Dr. Hannah, you can type your questions in the chat box, or you can keep it for yourself and raise hand in the end of Dr. Fazri presentations. It was about the super modernity. So we talked about beyond the modernity. And for you who have also analyzed some of novels, let's say, or movie or anything for your final project, you might can have a discussions with Dr. hold right after the second presentations from Dr. Fazri. So Dr. Hannah, would you please take a break for a moment and wait until Dr. Fazri finished, and then we will have a Q&A session. Thank you again, Hannah. And now we will proceed to the second presentations and materials from Dr. Fazri Nur Yusuf from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia from Bandung. Joining with us, Dr. Fazri. Hello, Dr. Fazri.
Halo Ibu, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. How are you, Dr. Fazri?
Alhamdulillah, very well.
Very well. Perfect. So Dr. Fazri is actually a Secretary of English Education Program of School of Postgraduate Studies in the Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. And he is a doctor who is achieving the doctorate degree in English language teaching, Universitas Negeri Malang in 2017. His latest publications in 2020 is about university students' needs of writing course materials, about EFL teachers' language proficiency, about students' willingness to communicate in English, and video-based reflections. All were actually published in some journal papers. So we can learn more about Dr. Fazri, which happened to deliver about reflective feedback for today's conference. Okay, Dr. Fazri, you can prepare your slides.
Sure, thank you very much, Ibu.
Proceed for 45 minutes. Okay, welcome.
Okay, allow me to share my screen then.
Yes.
All right, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Very well. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having me. I'm honored to be here among you all. Quite a lot of participants, more than 80 participants. The committee has invited me to share my ideas actually on the topic, but I would look at something more practical in nature. This morning, Dr. Hannah talked about supermodernity in general, comprehensive issues, especially related to literature. But my topic will be on education, as the theme brought. It is on literature, culture, and education. So my topic will be about education. As you can see on the title, that is going to be my topic, reflective feedback for language learners. I was inspired by the theme of the conference. The conference is about students' conference, so that's why I picked this topic. Right, my presentation in general would cover these three. The first one, I would talk about feedback, a bit about the concepts, types, criteria. And then the second one would be about reflective feedback on the concepts, the benefits. And the third one would be about the practice of reflective feedback on approaches, attributes, and attitudes. Why I concern with this, I cite this work from Dukas and Hill. Feedback can only promote learning to the extent that it is acted on by learners. However, there is evidence that students often have difficulty understanding feedback or with knowing how to act on it, and or are not necessarily receptive to the feedback provided. These kinds of problems underscore the importance of including the learner perspective in any considerations of the feedback practice. Ladies and gentlemen, from this direct citation I took from Dukas and Hill 2019, I could understand that I can share the understanding and consent on why, for example, feedback is often given to our students, or the students get the feedback from their teachers, from their peers, even they can get the feedback from themselves, but the success is not achieved yet. Why? Because it is on the side of the learners that if the learner act on the feedback, then the betterment could happen. So that's why if you take a look at the highlighted issues in this citation, there are some problems. The first problem in red, difficulty understanding feedback. For some reasons, students might experience problems in understanding the feedback. Later on, I will talk about what kind of feedback that could not be understood by the learners well. It is because they could not understand the feedback. Probably the feedback is not clear, or at the moment of the feedback provision, they could not retrieve what the feedback wants from them. The second one is they do not have sufficient knowledge how to act on it. They probably could understand what the feedback is, what they have to do with the feedback, but they do not know exactly how to do it in practice, right? Then the next one is, in some cases, when the feedback is provided, the students might have this situation. They are thinking whether to take the feedback into their work or not to take the feedback into their work. So on the other hand, they are in uncertainty of deciding whether to take the feedback or to accommodate the feedback into their performance or not. That's why that's what Dukas and Hill highlighted. The problems underscore the importance of including learner perspective in any considerations of the feedback practices. Why then feedback? Because feedback is an information about one's production. In this context, learner's production. And as everybody is concerned that we deal with the 4 language skills, and normally productive language skills would play a very important role. So at least, for example, the teachers can observe whether the students have come to a certain level of mastery or not on speaking and writing in particular. But of course, the students, in terms of their feedback, can also concern with the reading and listening or study skills, the attitudes, and the efforts on them. Ladies and gentlemen, probably some learners might forget if they are learning speaking and writing, in some ways, they need to read and listen to a particular source of information. For some cases, learner might not focus on, I would say, the inputs of the language. So that's why I have my own jargon in this case: no input, no product. If they know a little or they do not know anything about things that they are going to talk about or they are going to write about down, then there won't be any productions of the language. That's why feedback may play a very important role in this case to help them not only to get sufficient input for them to produce in their language production. The second term that, the second reference that we can take from, again, Dukas and Hill 2019 is that feedback is a process in which learners make sense of information. Again, I would highlight the issue of when the feedback is there, there is a must for the learners to make sense, not only to understand, but they know exactly what to do, what to act on it, what to act on the feedback provided. So this is a process in which learners make sense of information about their performance and use it to enhance the quality of their work or learning strategies. I adapted a bit of this citation. So far, we concern more on the product. We concern more, not only the students, but also the teacher, concern more on how good my speaking skills are, how good my writing skills are, how good my reading and listening skills, reading and listening comprehensions are. But then probably some of them might forget how good their learning strategies on those skills. So the feedback in this case, in the classroom context in particular, and from the side of the learners can not only focus on the quality of their performance of their work, but they can also address some issues on their learning strategies. Is my learning strategy applied well? Is it effective? Is it in line with the purpose of the skills that I'm going to produce, or what? Okay, so the concern of this feedback in this case would not only focusing on the quality, but also the strategy in achieving the targeted goal. The next one, these are another point that I would share about in my presentation, that why, for instance, some students might get difficulties in understanding the feedback because probably this kind of information is not well shared. Okay, at least I would categorize them into these four feedback types. The first one concerns with the providers, who the providers of feedback. So far, research indicates that teacher feedback outperform. Students might believe more on teacher feedback instead of peer feedback or even their own feedback. But in this case, because my topic is about reflection feedback or reflective feedback, I would highlight the issue of how we can make sense, how we can play more role on the self-feedback in our learning process. The second one is on the focus. Okay, I would take the unclockwise. The focus might deal with whether it is focusing on the aspects of the language production. Let's say if it is on writing, it can be about the content, it can be about the organization of the writing, it can be about the vocabulary, the choice of words, it can be about the mechanics, or then the fluency in writing. Okay. The focus can be more specific on each of the aspect, but the unfocused one may be providing the students with more general one. Or the next one is on form. Is it on the structure, for example? Is it on the grammar, the productions of the student's language? Let's say in speaking, probably we pay attention to the accuracy of the structure, how the language is produced well, or on the function or the content, right? The third one, it deals with time. In some cases, most of the time, if you take a look at the series of research on feedback, you may not be surprised that the feedback provision is more on writing. Why on writing? Because many prefer to have written feedback instead of oral feedback or other feedback. So that's why time in providing feedback may also be one of the considerations. You may get, I mean, the students may get immediate feedback from the teacher, okay? But you know, when the students get immediate feedback from the teacher or from their peer, for some cases, some students might be resistant, okay? I think it is very humane, it is very natural that some of us do not want to get the critics from others on our performance. That's why, as the opposite of immediate feedback, students can get delayed feedback. It is not an impromptu, for example. It is not once they have performed, okay, that the feedback is given, but probably after some times, then probably after the students reflect on their performance, then the teacher can provide a feedback. The next one is timely. I know that this probably is quite important issue in terms of when to provide the feedback. You know, when you talk about personalization of the feedback, different students may be having different time to get feedback. Some students might love to have immediate feedback. Once they have performed their language performance, then they would love to get feedback directly. Some others might not like to have that kind of thing. Okay, they need some time to understand and later on to learn feedback from. Or you can have direct and indirect feedback. This is one of the sources of the confusion from the students, especially when the feedback is provided indirectly. Sometimes the teacher or the students can get only highlights, okay, circle, or some other symbols that the teachers provide in feedback provision. These, for some students, may be encountering or producing problems in their language production. And the third one, especially amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, the mode may take a very important role at the moment when, you know, not everyone in the world can predict when this pandemic will end. So the spoken, written, and electronic can be a source of information. And I think students can also make use of those spoken, written, and electronic, or combinations of those feedback modes in practice of their language production and language practice. Why reflective feedback? I would highlight some issues cited from some experts on reflection or reflective feedback. It is a learning through and from experience towards gaining new insights of self and practice. So reflection most of the time would take self into considerations more than teachers and peers in practice. The next one is a systematic reviewing process of all learners, which allows them to make links from one experience to the next, making sure one makes maximum progress. I believe that every learner might experience differently in one course in particular, for example, that one day they have particular feedback from the teacher, and other day they might have different feedback from the same teacher. So students in this case can make links between the experience on the one hand, on one particular day, and another experience in other day. later on, I'll show you a sample how to see this in one sessions of reflection in some of my classes. And then the second one, they can also take advantage from the feedback provided not only from the teachers, from their friends in the class, or from themselves, from one course to other courses. So the students might get very important issues that they can act on to maximize their progress in learning language. The third one is, it is a need to be constantly updating and improving one's practice and engaging in lifelong learning. You know, when talking about the feedback, I believe that not only the teacher, not only their friends, but also every one of you would think that if they get a feedback, okay, their performance gets better, then the betterment of their performance continues, not only in the moment when they are tested, for example, in the moment when they are performing the language production, but every one of us expect that this kind of betterment can continue from time to time for their future language learning as well. Okay, so that's why this reflective feedback is very important to take into account for every single learners. Then we have some, I would talk more on some practical issues, in this case on how we approach this reflective feedback into our language learning in particular. I believe that some of you are familiar with these terms. We have the so-called journals or learner diary. Okay, it can be in a form of written. Yeah, normally it is in written. But in this supermodernity, where, as Dr. Hannah has already explained, that probably we are in a borderless situation, in a timeless situation. Probably some of the teachers, not only the teachers actually, but also the students might spend more time to learn. Normally, for example, if we are having face-to-face activity, it would be Monday to Friday, but now probably can be on Saturday, like we are having this webinar, for instance, as a learning process. The second one can be in the form of audio or video recording of performances. And then the next one can be using observation or peer observation. And what to do next with those journals? You know, if you record your performance and you just keep it, you don't exploit and explore more on your own performance, believe me, it won't give you any advantage. Therefore, we need to think about it over, okay? Then probably there is a need to talk about our own performance. You may read or listen to, if it is in the form of audio or video, and then you can ask for their advice, for instance. Of course, in combining these stages, every one of the learners need to prepare themselves to be ready to get any kind of feedback provided. But of course, to avoid other people's feedback, for example, they can make use of their own feedback in this case, right? Right, one of the sample, of course, you're familiar with recording your voice, okay? You may make use of regular recording voice from your mobile device, for instance, or a specific device to record voices. Then probably you can make use of your WhatsApp, for instance. Okay, we have the voice notes. Okay, you can record the voice by doing this, yeah, pressing it for a moment, and then you can record the voice for sometimes, and then you may take a look at that it is stored there. Okay, probably you can share to somebody and you can take advantage from, and you can collect them in some ways. So these records might be revisited in times. But of course, normally, normal records that you can store in your device can last long instead of using this. But using this is also beneficial in nature. Or then you can use other social media like Telegram, Line, okay, by using these features, okay, this one, right? Or then, of course, it is not necessary for you to have a complete, what's it? A complete device to have yourself record, okay, like what you can see here. At least you can have your mobile phone, and probably you can use a tripod, for instance, okay, or if you don't, no worries, okay, you can just put it somewhere that is more steady to let your device stand still to record your performance, for instance. Or you can do self-recording like this one. So you can see whether your performance is in line with what you expect. Okay. Or probably if you do not want to be like somebody is watching you, for instance, you can just put somewhere when you're working with your performance, and then you can later on can assess, you can evaluate your performance. Right, these are the samples that probably might be inspiration for some of you. If you're using, for instance, Google Drive, I think you can make use of your Google Drive to store, okay, this is the sample of my collections on my students on classes that I'm teaching this semester. So I'm trying to collect them in such way to manage them, to get the sense of they can get benefits from the reflective feedback. They themselves should be aware of that they can provide something good for their own performance. So if you take a look at from the clockwise caption, the first one on the top left, there's a collection of the courses, and the next one okay, wait a moment. Okay, unfortunately, I couldn't find it too. Okay, then this is what students, so every one of them can see other works. Okay, of course, my intention at the time was every one of them can see their own work and progress from these courses. And then the next one on left bottom, you can see this is the learning logs. So I expect that every one of them can write even a word, or probably can record their voice and store it here, so it lasts long, so I told you. And then the very right bottom, you might see the collection of the students' work. Yeah, then I enjoy reading them. I enjoy listening to their work as well. Right, this is a sample of their journal. This one I took only written ones. Okay, and for instance, this is a sample. Okay, this week we had a synchronous class. Okay, in our context, especially in this pandemic situation, the university allows us to do the synchronous and asynchronous learning activity. And this is one of the log that one of the students wrote. I got a notification from my lecturer about the tasks I've done. It seems that my work still has some errors. Okay. Especially in delivering the text, such as not introducing the title, first paragraph, and the references. So I start to check it again and revise what I think inappropriate. Revising the work I've done will be my routine task when I will be doing my research paper. I have to get used to this kind of activity. This third, okay, 3B2, okay, I will address this person by he. He is a third semester student working with writing course, and actually the target of the course is writing in professional context. That the course design is it asks the students to write, for instance, explanation, how to explain a phenomenon in a particular context. But because this course is designed to lead them to start thinking about more academic issues, one of the issues raised at the time was about the topic for their future research. So they started to talk about this, and this is the writing. The second one, this is fifth semester students. Okay, you might see there's important issue that students might encounter. The last meeting of reading for academic purposes is conducted asynchronously. We're asked to revise our last submission of explanation text. Actually, none of the class was introduced with the term explanation or not explanation, but they came up with this conclusion. They had to explain, and then they started to use this term, explanation text. Probably, I would guess that the students were very much inspired also by their high school context or the previous classroom context on the same topic on reading, that probably they were introduced with this term. Then Pak Fajri provided files, okay, containing feedback to each and every one of us and gave us another chance to revise. The feedback is pretty much clear and helpful. However, I wish there are comments regarding the parts we need to revise. See, if you take a look at the last sentence, for example, they think that the feedback provided could be understood, but they ask more. I wish there are comments regarding the parts we need to revise. Okay, because at the time I provided general comments on some part, for example, the organizations, how they should write, and some practical issues in writing their essay. The next one, this is the first semester student. Okay, if you take a look at how he writes, it is longer. Okay, it consists of 2 paragraphs. Okay, but we'll see. Today I have learned for listening for general communication 1 with Mr. Fajri, IB held semi-synchronous in the Zoom. Mr. Fajri gave us 30 minutes early to learn and listen the audio with ourselves. My source of listening exercise are from Collins English Live and LO. Before we listen, okay, you might see the red underline, the audio. Mr. Fajri informed about the audio in the WhatsApp group. Okay, you can also see the group, the spelling, which audio we should listen to. We have waited Mr. Fajri during 20 minutes, but he has not come to join in the Zoom. Finally, Mr. Fajri came in the Zoom and started the meeting. Mr. Fajri showed several students to compare the audio. I was appointed by Mr. Fajri, so I waited for my friends to show the results. My friends be given time by Mr. Fajri during 15 minutes. So Mr. Fajri called one by one until the meeting ended. Okay, you might see from this, from the students' point of view, they can also get some ways of expressing themselves, what they felt, for example, what they experienced during the classroom, and what they thought it is right or wrong. Okay, it is good. The next one, on October 27, we had an asynchronous meeting again where we have to revise our essay again. Fajri told us via WhatsApp group all of the things we have to revise, which is we have to write the citation properly following the 2019 UP Scientific Writing Guidelines. We have to write paragraph properly, and in using the correct structure, we also have to pay attention to punctuation mistakes. The most important thing is we should not plagiarize someone else's work. If we happen to plagiarize someone else's work, we will not pass the class. So after we were told what to revise with our essay, we did the assignment and uploaded it to Google Drive at 4 p.m. in the same day. Well, from this reflection, the students can get feedback on some issues. So it is not only on the knowledge and skills in writing, but they can also learn about the discipline, for instance. Yeah, I think it is also important to bear in your mind that every student also is also or should also be aware of the timeline, when to start, when to submit their work, when to get, even when we're talking about the right, when they get the feedback. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the attributes of reflective practitioner, and in this context, I would talk about reflective learners. Okay, Larrivee proposes this procedure from reflecting on and learn from experiences, engaging on ongoing inquiry. Of course, inquiry in this case not necessarily to be defined as how people conduct research in formal setting, but inquiry in this case may come up with, okay, if you take a look at the 4 samples, why this happened, why this is not happening, yeah. And they may collect the feedback provided, whether it is direct, indirect, focus, unfocused, okay, spoken or written. And then they should remain open to alternative perspectives and assume responsibility for own learning. Okay, these two are very important to have a very strong connection, that reflecting on and learning from their own experience, they have to remain open to alternatives. Otherwise, they may be limited with their own alternatives, which probably is not the truth. Okay, so they need to take action to align with the knowledge and skills. They can observe themselves, they can observe others as a source of feedback for them. And of course, they have to be very committed to continuous improvement, that they have the intention. It is not only they are motivated by their teacher, for example, to improve themselves, but they should have their own intention to improve themselves. And they strive to align behavior with values and beliefs that probably they may shift from their past belief and to a new one, which probably can make them a better language user. And they might seek to discover what is true. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to highlight this figure by focusing on the 4 as directed by the arrows, the colorful arrows. Remain open to alternative perspectives, assuming responsibility for own learning, taking action to align with new knowledge and skills, and being committed to continuous improvement in learning. That's also proposed by Dewey sometime in 1938 about the attitudes. There are 3 attitudes that he proposed on open-mindedness, responsibility, and wholeheartedness. Why it is important to be open-mindedness? You know, if you do not open your mind, then believe me, nothing will be a good input for you. That's why there should be a willingness to consider new evidence that probably it might occur and admit the possibility of error. As probably everyone of you is familiar with the terms of error and mistakes. For some people, errors might not be as errors, but errors are mistakes. And errors can also be considered as a process of learning. Then they have to be responsible, taking careful considerations of all consequences. You know, when there is an action, when the students do an action, of course, there would be a risk they have to take. And then they should be willing to acknowledge whatever one chooses to do. The next one is wholeheartedness. They should be committed to seek every opportunity to learn and trying to shift the belief perhaps that one can always learn something new. To close my presentation, there are benefits that you can take from the reflective feedback, that learners can become aware of their underlying beliefs and assumptions about learning. They know exactly what to achieve in their language learning process. They can also adjust and respond to various issues, learning from their own experience. They can take informed action. Probably so far, they just take action, but they don't know for sure why the action should be taken. But after administering reflective feedback, they can do by themselves. They can take informed action to guide their future actions. Then reflective feedback can also bring them develop a repertoire of relevant and context-specific strategies and techniques. Again, as I highlighted in the beginning of my presentation, it is not a matter of only the product of the language that they should achieve, but they may also check the strategies used. Probably by having this reflective feedback, they can make not only better product of the language production, but also the strategies used more effective and more efficient. And it may also promote a positive learning environment. I think that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you
I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you, Dr. Fazri. Thank you very much. So now all participant students, we come to the questions and answer session. So we'll have 30 minutes for question and answer sessions. You can ask to either Dr. Hannah or Dr. Fazri. So if you wish to deliver your questions directly, you can click the button raise hand in your Zoom. And while waiting for the participants who'd like to deliver questions directly, I would like to read questions from one of our presenters here, participants here, Indra, Mas Indra, mungkin ini ya, to Hannah. Hannah, are you available right now?
Yes, I'm.
Okay. So Hannah, here are questions from one of our participants, Indra. The question is on how we should define the idea of cultural identity in supermodernity, because he thinks that the definitions of cultural identity is obscured by globalization. So what do you think about it? So
thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Indra. It's a very good question. What is cultural identity, right? We've had so many years of colonial, the colonial history in Southeast Asia, and so cultural identity, is it being attacked? you mentioned being obscured. Is it being threatened by globalization? Yes, in a sense, because if you see globalization as a process that is synonymous with
the audio is actually yeah.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. Okay, so you can continue.
Yeah, I'll stay closer to the mic. Yes, if you view globalization as a process, the West, right? The Western cultural hegemony encroaching into Eastern spaces.
Sorry, I think it's the audio.
Yeah, sorry, my mic is not, I think my internet is not very stable. Yeah, I was just gonna say that, okay, so Indra, for cultural identity, because of our years and years of deculturalization, what we call our native cultures were threatened, and we faced deculturalization. Are you still able to hear me?
We lost a bit before, but right now it is audible again.
Okay, so I'll just give you a short answer because my audio isn't really working. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize. So about the material domain as controlled by the West, it's still much dominated by the West. Globalization simply means our participation.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Helen. So Indra, if you still have questions, oh, Indra's already said thank you, so I think it's clear enough for him. Okay, the next one is the questions for Dr. Fazri. Here, where is it? This one. So the questions is on how, from one of our colleagues actually, from Ibu Prayudya Margawati. So on how we can give this kind of reflective feedback in big classes in one time. And is it possible? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bu Marga, yeah? Bu Prayudya. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the questions. I would say yes, even though it is in a one big class. But of course, there are some considerations you have to take because most of the time, actually, reflective feedback is more personalized in nature. But again, if you play a role, actually, my concern is more on students in my presentations, but for teachers, for example, you might take your role to provide general feedback, for example, that students might reflect themselves from their own performance. For instance, if they have their own diary or journal or writing, or even after they are assigned to work with a particular task, then they can read back, for example, the tasks that they have done, and then they can identify themselves, okay, by providing some context in doing their reflective feedback. Of course, in this case, there is one stage that a teacher should provide how to do with the feedback, what concern that the students should take into their considerations. Yeah. So it is not giving the students with activity to do a reflective feedback, but they do not know exactly what to do with. In some cases, for example, when you ask the students to reflect their own work, you can, let's say, provide them with a very general questions like, what have you learned from the assignment? What did you experience in working with the assignment? What do you want to do further after the assignment? That kind of thing. And by having these 3 questions, remember, I think you're familiar, probably a long time ago when I was a teenager, I remember we have Dora the Explorer. Okay. In this program, actually, Dora never proposes more than 3 questions, right? So the first question, let's say, passing the apple forest. The second one, passing the lake of crocodile. And the third one, reaching grandfather's house, for example. Only 3. So that's why having 3 questions might also be important and easy to remember for the students. And again, of course, my proposal would be that reflective feedback would be more personalized. So you can take benefits if you provide more personalized learning activity. Thank you for the questions.
Thank you very much, Bapak Fazri.
You're welcome, Pak Fazri.
And we did not really realize that even children, TV series like Dora the Explorer can also teach us on how we would like to give kind of reflective questions to the students. So maybe for our students presenters here, we can learn that even small thing, it can be better if you try to learn deeper about what you watch, what you hear right now. Okay, oh, we have one participant here raising hand. Mbak Fia Kolila. Okay, so you can directly raise your questions. Identify yourself and deliver your questions to which presenters that you wish to give your questions for. Please, Mbak Fia. Hello, Mbak Fia Kolila. Are you there? Okay, so while waiting for Mbak Fia, who is actually raising hands, maybe is having some kind of trouble. I also actually have this private chat for some participants here and willing to raise some questions. The questions for Dr. Hannah from one of our colleagues, Ibu Karina Hanum. So the questions is, what is the philosophical difference between supermodernism to modernism itself and postmodernism? So
thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. That's a good question to ask, because there are distinctions between postmodernism and or postmodernity and supermodernity. So post assumes that the modern is dead, or that the modern is deconstructed. So when we deconstruct the modern, there's an intention to deconstruct everything that's modern. So the intent is deconstructing modernity. But supermodernity is the exacerbation or exaggeration. So it's to make the modern more like super. So it's to increase the modernization or increase that period of modernity. So there is, the intent is different. So supermodernity does not necessarily carry intent, carry negative intent, whereas postmodernity is to deconstruct, dismantle, undo, right? So the intent is to overcome modernity. So post means after. Post means we're done with modern, let's move on from modern. So that's post-modernity. Supermodernity is a continuity of modernity. So it continues that and it exaggerates it, it accelerates it, it elevates it to a higher level. I hope that answers your question.
And also, maybe it is still linked with the previous questions. One of our colleagues also asking about hypermodernity. So we talked about modernity before, and then supermodernity, and then postmodernity. And one of our colleagues also asking about the hypermodernity. So how can we identify the differences between these terms, very unique terms, which similar to have a kind of similar meaning, but can you please explain about it?
Yes, sure. So supermodernity is a term attributed to, as I said, he's a French, he's a Western anthropologist. And so he has linked supermodernity to non-places, non-identity, non-relations, non-history, that sort of idea when modern technology makes you depersonalize. You know, modern technology can be a depersonalizing experience. And so hyper modernity, I know all these terms, right? It's all fancy terms with lots of like prefixes. But yeah, hyper would be like hyper realism, right? To make something elevated. I suppose there's similarities between hyper realism and hyper modernity and super modernity. There are similarities. If we think about hyper modernity, and the term hyper-realism to make something even more, right? So an exaggeration of modernity. So the word hyper has postmodern connotations because it refers also to hyper-reality. So Baudrillard's idea of hyper-reality, when the internet is more real than than meeting the person in face to face. Like when a celebrity is more real than your own mother, who you see once a week, but you check, you follow a celebrity on Instagram, let's say, for instance, right? So that hyper reality, suddenly, the superstar is more real to you than. So hyper connotes I think hypermodernity has more links with post, the idea of post, the idea of the death of modernity than supermodernity. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I think it answers the questions, though we have so many terms on supermodernity right now. But yes, you can understand about this. Okay. This also questions from one of our colleague to Dr. Fazri about the reflective feedback for speaking classes, usually in these online classes, because before there is an online classes right now. Usually in the speaking classes, we ask the students to like perform in the classroom, and then we ask questions from other students, and also we as the lecturer will give a direct feedback to them. But now during this era, so it is quite hard to provide this kind of reflective feedback for speaking classes because of so many videos that the students create. And sometimes when we actually give feedback for the students, and then we provide the link to the other students, hoping them to learn. But in fact, they never open the other students' video. So how can you suggest about this kind of reflective feedback for the other classes, like the oral one?
Okay, thank you very much for inspiring questions. Actually, research has shown that that kind of situation happens not only in the Indonesian context but also in the world. Yeah, when students are assigned to do feedback and the teacher asks them to get back to their work to reflect on them, some or probably many students do not do. Why it happens? That's a question. Actually, again, as I mentioned when talking about the benefits, we have to make sure that the students are aware of the importance of the reflection. Probably what happened to them and what happened to most of the students, why they do not get back to their work to reflect their own performance in writing or in speaking, it is because they are not aware that it is important. So, you know, I would suggest to the teachers that it is not only an assignment. So I would say that if the teachers just only ask the students do the reflection again, it's going to be another task for the students. Okay, what they have to do is we can have a kind of activity and we can take again, please save their face. Okay, okay, we have to avoid face threatening act in one side. Okay, so probably you can have your own performance and then everyone in the class can reflect on it and take a lesson from how to do a reflection. Then after that, I bet the students know exactly what to do. If not, then you can provide them with the protocol. What items, what questions they would ask to the performance, for example. For instance, overall performance. Okay, you can make it into a scale, for instance, to see whether it is good or it is poor. Okay, then you can also talk about the aspects or some other more qualitative instead of quantitative, I would say. So by having those results, actually each students can also talk about that. They can talk about the quality of their own performance. So it is not, I would say, hit and run. You ask the students do something and you go on with the next task without doing anything with the past task. So that's why actually it is not only happening in this pandemic situation when online learning is very popular in the world, not only in Indonesia, but actually you can do it when, let's say, next year, in the beginning of the year, probably we can have a face-to-face meeting again. You can do it anyway. So it's going to be, again, lifelong learning for the students. They can take a lesson from every performance they put into the record, whatever it is, written or spoken ones.
Thank you very much. It's very enlightening because sometimes we forget on how we also need to save the face of the students. Sometimes we just check and take one of the name of the students and then just forget that they also might have this kind of feeling also that they might not mind, that they might mind if
I could understand with that because, for example, if they are having the syllabus and most of the time the syllabus requires them to go on with the next topic, for instance. But, you know, in our classroom context, it is not about the materials to be presented before the students, but what competence that the students should gain. That's most important one. So it is not, let's say, semester 1 to semester 2, semester 2 to semester 3, semester 3 to semester 4, and go on and on and on. But they do not bring any competence before. So what we expect from each of the students is they are aware that they should bring the competence they have already studied before. Yeah, I think KKNI will be easier to achieve.
Yes, if everybody realizes that competence is important.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's not only important for us as a lecturers and practitioners, but also for our student teacher here, because they in a short time will graduate and also teach in school. So students, you also have to be remember that the competence of the students is also take part here in doing the reflective feedback. Okay, let's proceed to the next questions. Thank you, Dr. Fazri. So next questions is to Hannah from, again, Ibu Prayudya Margawati, one of our colleagues, asking about the supermodernity terms. which sounds modern and perfect, and your slide seems to go beyond it and talking about the distractions, about the misidentity, locality, politics. So it seems like all bad things about the super modernity. So if you may explain about some good points also about the super modernity. So we will have these black and white sides to learn about this term. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Prayudyas Margawati, for your comments. And yes, I've highlighted the causing him to be quite
problem happens again. Sorry,
yeah.
you can be nearer to your
yes.
Yes.
Okay, so yes, so I'll just go straight to answering it. So they are good points because
Okay, sorry, Hannah. We lost your voice on the network at the moment. Hello, Hannah? I think we lost connections. Hello, Hannah? Oh, okay. So I think it's a network.
Connection, I guess.
Yeah, the network is not support. Okay, so we still have time for questions, but because we lost the connections with Hannah, maybe other participants have questions for Dr. Fazri about the reflective feedback. Hannah, are you with us right now?
Yes,
I think I just lost you.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Either my internet connection is poor or yeah, something's wrong with my mic. But to answer that question, the good side would be, yeah, we're able to consume things and we're able to, airports, we're able to, once COVID is over, right, travel is so easy. We're able to travel to different places for conferences. So we're able to, for tourism, for consumption of products. All of this is facilitated by supermodernity. When we think of supermodernity, we think also about the highways, the modes of transportation, communication. All of that has evidently brought benefits, brought advantages. Even with technology now, with this conference online, I don't need to be physically in Indonesia to share my views and to have this exchange of thoughts. So I would say yes, it has brought a lot of benefits, especially in the 5 areas in finance, media, ideas. We're able to share ideas because of our advanced means of communication. Ethnoscape as well, we're able to move much more easily to different places for various purposes, and so on and so forth. So yes, even though I highlighted the underside of supermodernity, bear in mind that it has brought us several advantages. It has brought us closer, ironically, as a community, because we're able to see more people, do more things, and so on and so forth. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And we can clearly hear your voice. So thank you very much, Hannah. Okay. Okay, so this is quite a long questions after with Hannah. So we'll go to Dr. Fazri. So Dr. Fazri, this might be the last questions for you. This is from one of our students, Mas Pandu Perdana Putra. So he thinks that kind of writing self-reflections is somehow some and time consuming, and maybe I will agree with that. So would you recommend the best yet simple reflection assignment for the students? And also the second one is on how this kind of reflections of the performance will be aware, our students will be aware that this kind of reflections is beneficial for the students to study and improve their own skill. Thank you.
Okay, I think Papandu is one of our colleagues. Yeah, thank you for the questions.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I know that this is everybody's problem, and most of the time people want to have only one shot work. But actually it is not the case. Yeah, most of the time, you know, developing students' awareness take time. That's one thing that I need to highlight. But of course, there are some strategies that you may make use of, like the one that I have mentioned. You can practice once, okay? And if it is possible, probably because in many parts of Indonesia, teachers tend to focus themselves. Okay, the classroom tend to be teacher-centered. Why don't you start making groups, for instance? Okay, as simple as you group your students into 4 in one class. Let's say if you normally in Indonesia we have 26 to 36, Dr. Hannah. Then probably the students can be grouped into 4. And of course, before grouping them, we have to make sure that the protocol understood and works. Okay, and then they can start working with themselves. You know, later on, the teacher can somehow monitor how they work. And of course, there would be a time for the teacher to provide a sample of how to do the reflection. Okay, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, when providing the students with this kind of reflection or reflective feedback, you need to be aware of there is an intention, there is an objective that you want to achieve, and there are protocols, there are stages that you have to provide to the students. First thing first, after deciding what is actually the target of this reflection is to make sure that the students can have only short period of reflection, not necessarily long. For instance, if you ask the students to write, you can provide the students with even only 20 words, for example, of 50 words, 100 words, not necessarily one full page of paper. Okay, give them some time to freely express themselves. But of course, they are not actually free to express. We can frame them in such a way by giving them questions. If they cannot respond to the questions, then it means it is another time, another protocol that we have to provide them to remind them what to do with their reflection. So even doing the reflection, it is a need, and there is a need for the students to understand what to do. In some cases, our classes are probably losing the protocols, losing the target to achieve. That's why it is important to remind the students over and over again. Okay, so I don't think that we will end every semester getting nothing from our students. We do expect that our students get their own progress, and it is expected that they can be a good reflective learner in the future for their lifelong learning process.
Thank you, Dr. Fazri. It's very enlightening. Okay, so let's proceed to the last questions for Dr. Hannah Ho. So the questions from one of our participants is a dilemma behind these notions of supermodernity. So supermodernity in one side brings great benefits, however, it leads to a super distractions. So further questions is how supermodernity is seen or placed from the perspective of humanity study. So please, Dr. Hannah.
Thank you very much for the question. So within humanities, we deal with history, and by definition, I'll keep it short. By definition, supermodernity can be unkind to humanities because of the lack of relationality, history, and identity. Can I leave it at that? I realize that my speaker is not functioning properly. But within humanities, we cannot avoid superhumanity. The world will carry on. And if the humanities avoid it completely, that is not the case. We have to embrace it, even though supermodernity can be unkind for the reasons that I stated in my talk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's quite a straightforward answers from Dr. Ho. Okay, so I think this is the end of the questions and answer session. So I would like to thank Dr. Fazri and Dr. Hannah for insightful presentations. We learned about supermodernity, on how these big names actually also brings this kind of distractions and also misidentity and dislocations politics that sometimes is being ignored by us. It's not ignored actually, that we don't really realize that there were also some other challenges in facing this kind of supermodernity, and also on how we analyze and realize it in analyzing some of the literary works. We also have learned about reflective feedbacks, how this is very beneficial, important for our students and also for us ourselves as a lecturers, as a teachers, as a future teachers. So this kind of reflective feedback make us able to learn from each other, and also the most important thing is to promote a positive learning environment. So learning is not only from the teacher and students, but also from each other. So thank you very much for both our presenters. I think the time now is up. So before we end this session, I would like to pass the committee token of appreciations for Dr. Ho and also Dr. Fazri Yusuf. So for Dr. Ho, we present you a certificate of participations as one of our invited speakers in this conference. So please, host, we would like to hand this virtual certificate, and please, Dr. Ho, accept this kind of appreciations from our committee.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and also we have this token of appreciations and formal virtual certificate for Dr. Fazri from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Thank you very much for your participations, and we hope to see you face to face. So in a short time. So please, host. Okay, so thank you again, Dr. Fazri Nur Yusuf from
Thank
UPI.
you very much.
Okay, so I think this is the end of the
Bugir?
Yes.
I think I would like to say thank you to Dr. Ho and Dr. Fazri, and for this, as the follow up for this event, I'd like to have both of you sign the IE. Sorry, IA. Yeah, maybe you can explain it, Bugir. Yeah, I will send to Dr. Fazri and Dr. Ho about this letter soon. Sure. Thank you, Bugir.
Thank you.
Okay, maybe as a part of the realizations of our partnership, how even though this is only kind of a webinar, so we will send you a kind of document through your email. So thank you in advance. Okay, I think this is the end of the plenary session. So thank you very much for all participants. I will give the time back to the Master of Ceremony. So please, the time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Giri. Thank you, Bu Marga and Pak Widi. Thank you. Thank you, Hannah.
Again, next time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fazli and everyone else. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you so much for Ibu Girindra. Right now, we take a short break before we move on to the parallel session, and I would like to give a humble reminding for the participant who haven't renamed the Zoom's account name to be what is classified into room 1 or room 2, please do this before to make the committee easier to put or to put you in the room. In general, room 1 is for educational program or background of academics, and room 2 is for literature. So please do. Thank you.
Currently, the English education Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris or English Education Study Program Universitas Negeri Semarang is one of the oldest study programs in the Faculty of Languages and Arts, since it's going to be a leading department with international reputation in the field of English education, applied linguistics, and translation. Currently, the English Education Study Program has been nationally accredited with A recognition. It has more than 800 students and holds an international class. The study program offers the best experts in the field of English language teaching, applied linguistics, and translation, with real chance and opportunity for you to be teachers, writers, linguists, translators, and other kinds of professions with excellence in their expertise. Our study program has an academic and administrative supports which bring in an actual place to excel at what you need to learn and study. Interactive is what makes the difference, and a lot of time is allotted for each subject. The teaching modules are thus valuable for students with varying degrees of sophistication. The learning environment is both formal and informal, and the setting of class surroundings is tranquil and beautiful, all combine to make English Education Study Program a unique and thoroughly enjoyable educational opportunity.
The lecturers here in this department have degrees from reputable universities, domestic and overseas. They are passionate about teaching. Also, they can catch up with the demand of new industrial era by implementing not only face-to-face meeting, but also online classroom. Our lecturers here are indeed efficient, sincere, dedicated, and empathetic towards students. We have young, energetic members who bring you success in English and English education in particular. Moreover, we have a chance for communication with international audience since it provides intensive lectures, course with advanced lab and teaching demonstration and training. Our lecturers are highly motivated young specialists aspiring to new knowledge. They can give any more great teaching and learning experience in a very friendly atmosphere. The most important aspect is that this leads to a step-by-step fellowship, leading to higher level of education. It has been a privilege and a pleasure to contribute to this outstanding study program.
The Literacy Research Center is established to respond to the literacy issues in Indonesia. These ideas comes from our concern of the literacy condition in Indonesia and the programs proposed that are considered as a solution to solve the problem. Under the Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Semarang, and the English department especially, we have researchers and research associates with strong portfolio in literacy, as well as international and national partners who share similar concerns with us to investigate literacy issues. We disseminate our research findings not only in the form of academic publications such as journal articles and books, but also we share directly those findings to the people needed the most, that is the teachers. We build teachers' capacity through free workshop and seminar. Hopefully by this kind of programs, we are able to contribute to Indonesian education in general, as well as literacy in particular.
Hello, my name is Parahat. I'm from Turkmenistan. I'm a student of Education and Art Faculty of Universitas Negeri Semarang. In all my years, I don't think I have ever seen a lecturer having such a following. He started off with a fairly full room, but once got around, it was nearly standing room only. The lectures were immensely interesting. yet humorous and illustrated with super slides. I shall personally try and have him on this ship again.
Right now, I am 2019 Fulbright Badan Bahasa Indonesian Language Teaching Fellow at Harvard University. So basically, I am a Indonesian language instructor at Harvard Kennedy School, teaching Indonesian language course for foreigners. And prior to my assignment here at Harvard University, I was actually working as an English lecturer in West Borneo at Paman Italino College of Education. So I've been very thankful and grateful to be part of English Education Department at Universitas Negeri Semarang, because I remember when I was there, I found so many an amazing experience, and the professor were tremendously helpful. I joined so many students' activities, which helped me to excel professionally to be where I am today.
I'm now the director of Kampung Inggris Semarang, an English course in Semarang. So I think the skills and the materials that I myself learn, and also the teachers learn in the universities, are still relevant in our service. I have observed that English education program now provide more courses that enable the students to be ready to teach when later on they become teachers. There are some courses that I didn't get when I was still a student. For example, like entrepreneurship, and then ICT for language learning, ELT for young learners, and other courses. So I think the English education program is trying to give the best for the students, to provide them with more skills that the students need later on.
Program Studi Sastra Inggris or English Literature Study Program Universitas Negeri Semarang is going to be outstanding and internationally reputable in the field of literature, linguistics, and translation. Currently, the study program has been nationally accredited with a recognition. The study program has an encouraging academic environment and administrative supports which create an ideal place to excel at what you want to learn and study. The study program offers the best experts in the field of English literature, linguistics, and translation, with a real chance and opportunity for you to be writers, journalists, editors, translators, interpreters, linguists, and other kinds of professions with excellence in expertise.
The lecturers here in this department have degrees from reputable universities, domestic and overseas. The lecturers here are indeed young, energetic, efficient, sincere, dedicated, and empathetic towards students. The lecturers have an enviable ability to hold the audience enthralled through frequent changes of pace, humor, and fascinating asides on history. They are passionate about teaching. Also, they can catch up with the demand of new industrial era by implementing not only face-to-face meeting but also online classroom. The The Literacy Research Center is established to respond to the literacy issues in Indonesia. These ideas comes from our concern of the literacy condition in Indonesia and the programs proposed that are considered as a solution to solve the problem. Under the Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Semarang, and the English department especially, we have researchers and research associates with strong portfolio in literacy, as well as international and national partners who share similar concerns with us to investigate literacy issues. We disseminate our research findings not only in the form of academic publications such as journal articles and books, but also we share directly those findings to the people needed the most, that is the teachers. We build teachers' capacity through free workshop and seminar. Hopefully by this kind of programs, we are able to contribute to Indonesian education in general, as well as literacy in particular.
Hello, my name is Parahat. I'm from Turkmenistan. In all my years, I don't think I have ever seen a lecturer having such a follower. He started off with a fairly full room, but once got around, it was nearly standing room only. The lectures were immensely interesting, yet humorous and illustrated with super slides. I shall personally try and have him on this ship again.
I'm currently working as a translator and interpreter at the National Cyber and Crypto Agency here in Jakarta. And the courses that I took at UNES are still relevant up until now to the job that I'm currently doing, such as the comprehensive knowledge of English language and basic translation and interpreting and also public speaking, as I do more interpreting tasks that require me to talk in front of people. And I think there are several courses that might be valuable to be added to the curriculum, especially for the students who wish to pursue a career as a translator or interpreter in the future, such as the translation and technology and media analysis.
I'm working as a full-time journalist in Bola.com. It's a sports news portal, a member of Kapan Lagi Universe, a group of Entech. Of course, I've tried so many jobs. I also worked as a marketing support in sales and marketing division, and then content writer, social media staff. Yeah, my job was to manage multimedia and thingy. But now I'm a sport journalist precisely. If I'm not mistaken, I got many basic courses from listening, reading, writing of course, and then speaking, and they gradually level up into intermediate and so on. So I can simply say yes, it did help me improve my English skill, and it is really helpful, especially the writing course, because my job is writing. I write like every single day.
Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris or English Education Study Program Universitas Negeri Semarang is one of the oldest study programs in the Faculty of Languages and Arts, since it's going to be a leading department with international reputation in the field of English education, applied linguistics, and translation. Currently, the English Education Study Program has been nationally accredited with A recognition. It has more than 800 students and holds an international class. The study program offers the best experts in the field of English language teaching, applied linguistics, and translation, with real chance and opportunity for you to be teachers, writers, linguists, translators, and other kinds of professions with excellence in their expertise. Our study program has an academic and administrative supports which bring in an actual place to excel at what you need to learn and study. Interactive is what makes the difference, and a lot of time is allotted for each subject. The teaching modules are thus valuable for students with varying degrees of sophistication. The learning environment is both formal and informal, and the setting of class surroundings is tranquil and beautiful, all combine to make English Education Study Program a unique and thoroughly enjoyable educational opportunity.
The lecturers here in this department have degrees from reputable universities, domestic and overseas. They are passionate about teaching. Also, they can catch up with the demand of new industrial era by implementing not only face-to-face meeting, but also online classroom. Our lecturers here are indeed efficient, sincere, dedicated, and empathetic towards students. We have young, energetic members who bring you success in English and English education in particular. Moreover, we have a chance for communication with international audience since it provides intensive lectures, course with advanced lab and teaching demonstration and training. Our lecturers are highly motivated young specialists aspiring to new knowledge. They can give any more great teaching and learning experience in a very friendly atmosphere. The most important aspect is that this leads to a step-by-step fellowship, leading to higher level of education. It has been a privilege and a pleasure to contribute to this outstanding study program.
The Literacy Research Center is established to respond to the literacy issues in Indonesia. These ideas comes from our concern of the literacy condition in Indonesia and the programs proposed that are considered as a solution to solve the problem. Under the Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Semarang, and the English Department especially, we have researchers and research associates with strong portfolio in literacy, as well as international and national partners who share similar concerns with us to investigate literacy issues. We disseminate our research findings not only in the form of academic publications such as journal articles and books, but also we share directly those findings to the people needed the most, that is the teachers. We build teachers' capacity through free workshop and seminar. Hopefully by this kind of programs, we are able to contribute to Indonesian education in general, as well as literacy in particular.
Hello, my name is Parahat. I'm from Turkmenistan. I'm a student of Education and Art Faculty of Universitas Negeri Semarang. In all my years, I don't think I have ever seen a lecturer having such a follower. He started off with a fairly full room, but once got around, it was nearly a standing room only. The lectures were immensely interesting, yet humorous and illustrated with super slides. I shall personally try and have him on this ship again.
Right now, I am 2019 Fulbright Badan Bahasa Indonesian Language Fellow at Harvard University. So basically, I am a Indonesian language instructor at Harvard Kennedy School, teaching Indonesian language course for foreigners. And prior to my assignment here at Harvard University, I was actually working as an English lecturer in West Borneo at Paman Talino College of Education. So I've been very thankful and grateful to be part of English Education Department at University Negeri Semarang, because I remember when I was there, I found so many an amazing experience, and the professor were tremendously helpful. I joined so many students' activities, which helped me to excel professionally to be where I am today.
I'm now the director of Kampung Inggris Semarang, an English course in Semarang. So I think the skills and the materials that I myself learn, and also the teachers learn in the universities, are still relevant in our service. I have observed that English education program now provide more courses that enable the students to be ready to teach when later on they become teachers. Even there are some courses that I didn't get when I was still a student. For example, like entrepreneurship, and then ICT for language learning, ELT for young learners, and other courses. So I think the English education program is trying to give the best for the students, to provide them with more skills that the students need later on.
yeah, after we discussed, yeah, among 4 reviewers or 4 committees who try to give the scores with the component of the content and then of accuracy, fluency, pronunciation, and overall performance. To be honest, it is hard to determine who are truly the main or best speakers. You are all well done, yeah. You all do very good work for today. Specifically in the fluency and pronunciations, we really have no matter with that, yeah. So we then focus on the content. And overall performance, which maximum scores of 10, almost most of you got a 10 from us, yeah. However, we still have to determine 2 of the best presenters from 2 rooms. That means room 1 and 2. But then among 4 scores that we have calculated, don't take it so long, Bu Marga. We finally decide that the first best presenter is all right, yeah. Sorry for to mute my microphone for a minute, yeah, because it's really, believe me, yeah, it's really hard for us to decide who are the best, yeah, among the best. Trust me, you are all best. So the best speaker from the 3rd student or UNES Student Conference 2020 is Saudara jeng 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 Saudara Ahmad Sugianto from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Can we call it as a guest or friends or partners? Yeah, we expect that he will join us again in the coming conference. And the best presenters. Second best presenter for welcome, Mas. Sorry, I forgot the complete name. Mas Adi Bagus Pangestu. Congratulations, Mas Adi. For the questions, welcome to the next conference. Okay. Yeah, I return session back to the Master of Ceremony, Bu Karina Hanum Lutfia.
All right, thank you, Bu Marga. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, that is all our conference today, and I do hope that you enjoy the conference, exploring modernity, super modernity, I mean, in literature, culture, and education. On behalf of the committee, we would like to thank you for all the distinguished speaker and all participants for joining the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now having all participants on the screen on the main session, and let us have the photo session by turning your video on and looking at the camera. It may take a little bit for a while for the committee to take the screen. So please turn your video on.
Sorry, ma'am.
Yes.
I have unstable connection, so I can't open the camera.
All right, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we also would like to remind you to stay safe and healthy and stay happy. And also additional information for all participants, the link of the certificate, a certificate will be shared on the chat box on Zoom toolbar. So please, before leaving this meeting, make sure that you have already accessed that link before you leave this Zoom meeting. All right, thank you a million, everybody. All the best for us. I am Karina Hanum. Like to see you in another occasion. Thank you. Goodbye.